Ah, Dolphins are gonna ball, yeah.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Dafabet St. George's Park, where we host the Warriors take on the Dolphins. Now, at one stage, the Warriors had an unbeaten run of 8 games, but they've only just won 1 out of the last 5 games. They've lost 4, and this is a crucial game in terms of the Warriors because a need to win will mean a home semi-final. Exactly the same, a win here for the Dolphins would secure the Dolphins a home semi-final, with the Warriors then ending up in 3rd position and having to travel up to Durban. Just having a look at the quick Warriors lineup: Matthew Breski, the captain, Jefferson Pillay, Andile Magokane, Jordan Herman, Simatemba Keshila, Patrick Kruger, JP King, Sean Whitehead, Sia Sametu, Alfred Moto, and Nieland van Heerden. The toss is won by the Dolphins, and interestingly, they've chosen to bowl, which possibly means that they'd like to manage their run chase because they know exactly the target and then the rate in which to bat at to achieve victory. But to take you through the Dolphin side, it's a very warm welcome to my fellow commentator, Robin du Plessis.
Good afternoon, Craig. Thanks for that. You couldn't have said it any better. Massive game for the Dolphins and the Warriors in a must-win encounter for both teams, as we will all know the importance of a home semi-final. For the Dolphins, the lineup is as follows. It's Rolofson with Smith, Smuts, Peshlukwaya, Semalane, Zondo, Titole, Dupavlon, Ackerman, Subrian, and Bosch.
Yeah, interestingly, the Dolphins are coming off a winning streak. They've won the last 4 games in a row, and they'll have their tails up. And they've got some very good performers with ball in hand. At the moment, top of their Dolphins averages, their off-spinner, Pranellan Subrian, 15 wickets, and he's got a very good economy rate of just 6.6. At the moment, it's going to be Ethan Bosch from the Park Drive end. And Pillay just allows that one to go through. Interestingly, looking at this pitch before the start of play, and by the way, as a coincidence, it's exactly the same pitch where the Warriors lost their unbeaten record in this tournament when they went down to the Titans. They're playing on pitch number 2, which means, looking at your screens, the batsman, left-handed Pillay, has the larger expensive outfield to the offside. Oh, and that's gone fine. Might have just been off the thigh pad. We'll watch, and umpire Stephen Harris indicates that it is in fact leg bias. The umpire is doing duty, Stephen Harris and Abdullah Steenkamp.
That's a good start for Pillay, for the Warriors, in fact. Doesn't matter how it comes at the end of the day. That's 4 more to the total.
Yeah, Breski and Pillay have almost been the foundation that the Warriors have relied on in their games. And when they have faltered, it seems that the Warriors have faltered. Now, Pillay just waiting for that ball to come onto the bat. And looking at the pitch earlier on, it looks a trifle slow, almost tennis ball-like bounce. At the moment, with the deliveries we've seen so far, the 3 from Ethan Bosch, it doesn't look like there's any lateral movement that's going to worry the batsman. There is a northeasterly breeze blowing across the ground, so that will be coming into Ethan Bosch's right shoulder. Defense.
You spot on there, Craig. As the past season, I think there's always been a bit of assistance here in P for the bowlers, something we've not been accustomed to. We've always got this perception of playing down here at St. George's Park that it's a bit slow and low. To think of the past season or two, a bit more assistance for the bowlers, which the bowlers would really like and enjoy.
Yeah, I think the groundsman, Adrian Carter, has done a superb job because he's left a little bit of grass on as we watch Bosch again. And that's wide, and once again Pillay playing over the top of it, so not the expected bounce, but normally the assistance for the bowlers here at St. George's Park, when the wind comes off the scoreboard, over the scoreboard, that is when the ball there'll be lateral movement and swing. But at the moment, it's not coming off the scoreboard, but more from a northeasterly, which means there shouldn't be too much movement and assistance for the bowlers. Bosch again. Oh, very careful, Pillay, waiting for the ball to come onto him, just judging the speed, and that's the end of the first over. The Warriors being asked to bat first, 4 without loss.
Just a reminder to the viewers of the scenarios, it's the last round of the CSA T20 challenge, round robin stage. So if the Lions, Warriors and Dolphins have all qualified already for the playoffs, the Lions will have a home semi-final. If the Lions win with a bonus point, they'll definitely finish first. If Lions win without a bonus point and the Warriors don't win with a bonus point, the Lions will still be on top. And if the Lions and Warriors finish tied on 44 points, the team with the higher net run rate will finish first, as each team won one of the matches between them.
Yeah, and the Lions have got a very good net run rate, 1.68, as against the Warriors, 0.53.
Spot on.
And the Lions playing the Tuskers this afternoon, which the Tuskers being bottom of the table, one should almost forecast a victory for the Lions. To Pavillon, that bounces a bit off the thigh pad, and once again, 4-run signal. So it must have been a bit of glove from Brzezinski on that delivery. He gets his own contribution off the mark with that boundary, but certainly surprised with a little bit of bounce. Have a look at this delivery. Oh, and that's bounced. And you can see the reaction from Brzezinski there with that replay. Not expecting it, because from the Duck Pond Pavilion end of St. George's Park, normally the bounce is a lot lower. The pitch actually slopes away from the Duck Pond Pavilion. So it'll skid on from the pavilion. Oh, misfielding will allow the single. Firmly struck by Brzezinski. He's one of those batsmen, likes to feel the ball off the middle of the bat early.
Spot on, Craig. It's so simple but so classy. Such a pleasure to watch Matthew Brzezinski. Pleasure on the eye. And he plays through the offside square of the wicket, the late cut. And you know he's a man in good form when that happens.
I think he's one of the few batsmen that executes that lofted extra cover drive. And invariably, it goes for 6. And most probably one of the most difficult shots to play.
Spot on that.
Nice shot that from Pillay. And he finds a Dolphins fielder. 9 without loss into the second over. Just to give you an idea, Matthew Brzezinski, what sort of form he's been in this season. He's top of the table in terms of total number of runs. 422 runs he scored at an average of 38. And he's been the rock and the foundation that the Warriors have built this successful season on. And his performance today will go a long way to that semi-final berth. Oh, and that's hit him straight in front. Bowled him. Oh, Pillay trying to play across the line, and it's got through, beaten by sheer pace by Dupavlon. And the Warriors lose their first wicket with the total just 9 on the board.
Just playing the wrong line over there. Think try to hit that square of the wicket, ball shaping away. Let's have a look at that again. Dupavlon strikes for the Dolphins. Loads of away movement. With the breeze assisting, as you mentioned, Craig. Taking the ball away from the left-hander.
Yeah, and I think Pillay also guilty of a lack of foot movement there. He was static on the crease, played the wrong line, with a little bit of assistance from that northeasterly breeze, and Dupavlon strikes for the Dolphins. Coming into bat now, Andile Mogakane. Now, important for the Warriors. They need a foundation. They need a partnership. And that upper order of the Warriors, they're going to have to set that foundation.
Just if you look at the Dolphins and the Warriors so far, the Warriors off to the great start in the season. But at the end of the day, it's about all peaking at the right time in these competitions to end up with the silverware. You have to peak at the right time. If you look at it, the Dolphins winning 4 from 4. They're timing the chase quite well here.
Yeah, peaking at the right time. Perfect for the coach. It's exactly what he envisaged for this Dolphin side. And looking at their team lineup that you mentioned earlier on, they've got some very useful players and bowlers. So this is not a cakewalk for the Warriors. They've got to get out there and do the business. To Pavlon again. Nice and straight and solid bat of Andile Mogokane.
If you're looking at Mogakane's season so far, he's been doing very well. Getting asked, obviously, after the IPL the Warriors players departures to the IPL. He's been called to come in and he's done fairly well. Few brisk knocks, goes hard at the ball.
Yeah, here's another look at the fall of Pillai's wicket. And there you can see, look at that lack of foot movement. That is exactly what got him into a heap of trouble. Couldn't get the bat round the pads that were stuck on the crease. Short in the attempt to pull, and he's going to find vacant outfield. Rather fortunate that he didn't get hold of that, because there is a man placed at deep square leg for that sort of shot on the shorter side. As the batsman's facing to Pavlon, the leg side is the shorter boundary and hitting with the wind. But Mogokane, very fortunate that he didn't get hold of that one. So the end of a very good over that from De Pavlon, conceding just the 6 runs, but the important wicket of Pillay. 10 for 1 are the Warriors. It'll be Ethan Bosch to continue from the Park Drive end. Stephen Harris, the umpire in picture. Ethan Bosch. Very carefully played. Good change of pace that from Bosch. And as usual at St. George's Park, the band. A familiar sight here at Dafabet St. George's Park. Strikes up and just adds to that wonderful atmosphere.
No better place to be on the Sunday afternoon here. Just the peak before winter. Lovely cricket and possibly a home semi-final in a week's time.
Oh, finally played by Mogokane, and that's away for 4. Overpitched on his legs, very strong there as Mogokane, and all he had to do was just drop the bat on it. It was a half volley, and he found the gap at mid-wicket perfectly.
There's good balance that there from Mogokane. Kept his head nice and still. It's not easy to do that, but his head and hands flowed nicely through the ball. Clipped through mid-wicket for 4. Good start for the young man.
Even though it's to the longer side of St. George's Park, this outfield, bowling green perfect. All struck on the pad and given out by Stephen Harris. That ball just nipping back at Mogokane. And Stephen Harris, no doubt in his mind, that finger went up very quickly, and the Warriors now lose their 2nd wicket with Mogokane gone for 5. 14 for 2, the Warriors.
There's a replay of the shout. Oh, and you can see Bosch's appeal is not convincing. And you have to ask yourself, is that missing leg hitting off the surface?
But once again, a batsman stuck on the crease, not moving his feet, that ball just nipping back. And, well, no doubt in umpire Stephen Harris's mind that that was going to hit the wickets. And now, new to the crease, Jordan Herman. Gretzky, the captain, at the non-strikers end. Unfortunately, he's got to sit and just watch all the action.
A double strike for the Dolphins within the power play. Not the ideal start, Craig.
No, but Jordan Herman, he's a fanciful batter, not scared to play his shots, and a pleasure to watch when he gets going. And he's going to need to get going for the Warriors. So a wicket apiece for the 2 opening bowlers from the Dolphins. Bosch again. and is met with defence by Herman.
That's the two go-to players at the wicket now. It's Brzezinski and Herman. Guys that has had splendid seasons in the domestic circuit past couple of years. Big partnership this, and the Dolphins will know how important this partnership is.
Herman facing again off the back foot and with the fielder out on the edge of the 30-meter circle, the easy to singles. And Herman, so far, 265 runs this season. So he's been the backup to Brzezinski, who's totaled 427 now runs he's scored this season. And it'll be the captain, Matthew Brzezinski, to face Ethan Bosch, who's got his tail up, having got rid of Magokane.
Herman has adapted well to his number 4 position in the Warriors lineup. After opening the batting top 3 for the Sunrisers Eastern Cape, he's come accustomed to the role, and you can see as the season went on, he's really grown into the role.
Yeah, a big job he's got to do this afternoon. Brzezinski now facing Bosch, short, well controlled by Brzezinski. Got over the top of it and get the single to that wideish man on the square leg boundary. So the end of 3 overs, the Warriors 16 for 2, having been asked to bat first by the Dolphins. Yeah, the formula for who's going to play home and away semi-finals. Remember, the side finishing top and second on the league after the round robin format will have home semi-finals. One will play number 4 at home and 2 will play 3 at home. And at the moment, Warriors are 2 and Dolphins 3. Very important. As from the Duck Pond Pavilion to Pavilion again. And so familiar, that little drop-dead bat, letting it run down to third man from Brzezinski. Very important to just rotate the strike. And in this limited over format, that is a familiar shot we see all the time.
And it's one thing we do know between these two, they're quite quick between the wickets, both of them, so they will be rotating and running hard between the wickets. Also beautiful stroke players.
I think the secret is rotation of the strike. Herman now facing to Pavilion. And he dabbed at that and just left Herman off the pitch. Good bowling by Pavilion. He's in the crosshairs of the national selectors for Cricket South Africa.
Just have a look at that again there. But the bounce, it's a good length, but the bounce takes it away from Herman.
Straight down the ground, well played by Herman, but he'll only get the single as mid-off and mid-on for De Pavilion. Rather straightish. That is the easiest place to try and hit here at St. George's Park, is straight. The boundaries are relatively short.
Almost as if Herman had to check that drive there. He just got stuck in the surface.
Brzezinski, what does he do? There's a lot of width offered, and all Brzezinski could do was just guide it to that man at backward point inside the circle. Fairly regulation field set by the Dolphins. They've got a third man, conventional, backward point, a point, extra cover, and a mid-off. Leg side, just the one man out. Remember, first 6 overs, the power play, only 2 men allowed outside that 30-meter circle. And they've got a deep backward square leg for Brzezinski. with fine leg, saving one inside the circle. But how often does that man save the single? Invariably, it's an easy run. And this could be trouble for Brzeski. The bounce has done him off the glove, caught by that man at that short fine leg that we were just talking about. And that is a huge blow for the Warriors. With Brzeski gone for 7, and within the power play, the Warriors lose their 3rd wicket, just 18 runs on the board.
Manning form, Brzeski gone. To Pavlon doing the business for the Dolphins. A double strike for him in the power play.
Simplest of catches that for John Smuts. He'll have a bit of a sour taste in his mouth. Remember how many games he's played for the Warriors. John Smuts now playing for the Dolphins. And JP King, the new batsman in, moved up the order from conventional number 7, and he's moved into the number 5 batting spot.
Must say, probably the decision to put in King at 5 is probably scenario based, with the Warriors at 18 for 3. Probably worst case scenario, putting in King at 5, whereas it would have been Kashilio Kruger if they were in a more commanding position batting wise here.
Yeah, juggling and also wanting to maintain that left-hand, right-hand combination. It's always favoured by coaches. So King facing his first delivery. And all he can do is defend. That's a very good over, that from Dupavlon. He's got the stunning figures of 2 overs, 2 for 8. There's another look at the dismissal of Brzeski. Just, I think the bounce and pace did him. Off the gloves, straight to John Smuts at that short fine leg. And a big blow that for the Dolphins, getting rid of Brzeski. Dolphins now with their tails up.
And rightfully so, captain has given Ethan Bosch another one, knowing that they're really up for the taking here, the Warriors. If they get another 1 or 2 within the power play, the writing might just be on the wall for the home side.
Yeah, I think that's a fact in all the limited over formats, the T20. Drop and run, well played by Herman. Still, even under pressure, keep that scoreboard ticking. But what they say in terms of losing wickets in the power play, if you lose 3 or more wickets in the power play, very seldom does the batting side succeed with victory in the match.
Marcus Ackerman was quickly on that. It would have been interesting to direct it there. The last thing you want as the Warriors now is a run out.
Yeah, there shouldn't be any freebie wickets for the Dolphins. King defends once again.
Interesting to see the approach here from the Warriors batters. 19 for 3. Must have been a game to play a home semi-final. Which has also the pitch, but of assistance.
Another short ball, and King looking for the single, sent back by Herman. And the Dolphins fielders certainly with their tails up at the moment. 3 wickets gone down, and the big fish of Brzeski amongst those wickets.
It's amazing what wickets can do in a game of cricket. And just feel the buzz here from the fielders. Good energy from the fielding side.
Bosch again. And back of a length, a little bit of bounce there. And King can only defend. And Ethan Bosch, the son of that South African cricketer, Tertius Bosch, the dentist that sadly passed away some years ago. And he was greased lightning with a ball in his hand, Tertius Bosch. Played a lot for the Titans, Northern Transvaal in those days. And he certainly was scary for a batsman. That'll be King off the mark with a quick single. Herman responds well to the call. And even though 3 wickets are down, still looking to keep that scoreboard ticking over. Tertius Bosch from Northern Transvaal and the famous Fanie de Villiers. They were the opening pair. And we remember Rudy Bryson joining them, having left Eastern Province, or the Warriors. And Bryson was a force to be contained here at St. George's Park with Brett Schultz at the other end. Very good delivery that from Bosch. Nice and full. Jordan almost preempting, making room for himself on the leg side, and Bosch follows him. So that's the end of 5 overs. 20 for 3 the Warriors, having lost the toss and being asked to bat first.
The average team score here at St. George's Park, it's average of 145 runs. In the day game, it's 146. Also to note that by the team batting first, they've won 37 games. Team batting second, they've won 36. So there's nothing to choose between that. Important the strike rotation here. JP King working that to the leg side. Just you can't get bogged down for the scenario the Warriors are in here.
Yeah, it's also cramping Herman's style, because Herman is a lot in the Brzezinski mold. And that's a worried looking dugout. 21 on the board, 3 wickets down. And well, as you mentioned, the average score 145, that's a long way away.
He goes square of the wicket. Yelps, it's on its way. And that's 6 more. That's 6 more for Herman. Use the pace.
Yeah, fine shot that by Jordan Herman. Short delivery from de Pavillon. And all he had to do was get inside the line, help it on its way. Hardly any foot movement. It was more a scoop that finds the middle of the bat. And that's up into the...
Is that the Algoa FM chalet, Craig?
Yeah, right onto the balcony. Now somebody's going to have to go up there and try and retrieve that ball. But those chalets are a little bit empty, so it might be a case of, third umpire, please bring the new ball, and they'll find something similar to the ball that was dismissed, something around the 6 over mark, so play can resume. Now, what does de Pavillon do? Because he's used his pace and that back of a length delivery, and some of the batsmen have struggled. But Herman, with that last delivery, hitting for 6, what does de Pavillon do in terms of his length?
He's back to his old spot-on area. Just keep it simple, says de Pavillon, and he beats the bat yet again.
Herman a little bit late on that delivery. Very good length. Trying to play the ball on the up. Slowish bounce off the pitch. Fortunately for Herman, that outside edge not found. Yeah, once again, very little foot movement from Herman.
Looks for one. It's sent back from King.
Just as well. Fielding very accurate.
That man Marcus Ackerman again. He's very quick there in the circle. Last encounter, Ackerman took 4 catches. Just so quick in the circle. It's so important that your mid-wicket is one of your better fielders, and that is where Marcus Ackerman is positioned.
Yeah, for the left-handed batsman, you've got the extra cover and the mid-wicket are no more than 20 meters away from the bat. The rest of the fielders in the circle, all on the edge. So they're looking to stop those singles. That'll be called wide.
Unfortunately, Dupavlon misses his line there. So you look at the power players so far, they've got themselves to close to 30 here, the Warriors. After losing 3 wickets, they just know that they're also one partnership away. And sometimes we might think, they're 30 for 3, but you need to know that you're one partnership away, and that's the beauty of T20 cricket. You're just one innings away that can really take the game away from the opposition. You just have to stay positive and just trust the processes.
Well, it's interesting to see the tactic from the Dolphins. Both opening bowlers have been allowed 3 overs of their 4.
Straight drive, straight to mid-off. Yeah, spot on, Craig, and I fully agree with the captain bowling them 3 each, because I mean, when the team is there up for the taking, as the Warriors were with 3 wickets in the power play, you want to try and get another one. I've seen too many times where you hold the bowlers back while they're in a good rhythm. They've taken wickets, they're bowling well. Whereas if you can smell blood, why not go for it?
And also the ball tends to lose its shine. So any help and assistance for the bowler is gone. And with this sort of pace, with a slightly softer ball, and a batsman having got himself in, well, it's meat and drink for the batsman. He's going to make hay.
But the shape in, big appeal. Umpire Abdullah says not out.
You could almost see the anxious look on Herman's face because that wasn't too far away.
Check the replay of that.
To Pavlon, and slight movement, lack of foot movement from Herman, but possibly just pitching outside leg stump. Remember, Herman being the left-hander, it might have been making contact with the wickets, but once the delivery pitches outside the leg stump, no more argument, can't be out.
Spot on. Bowling change from the park drive in for the Dolphins. Samalane into the bowling attack. Also, played his straight down here in the Eastern Cape for the championship winning side, the Sunrisers Eastern Cape. It'll be so important here that your first change bowlers continue the way the bowlers up front left off here.
Yeah, so 3 overs apiece for Bosch and Dupavlon. Now, Similane.
Punch down the ground. Also, the Warriors will be looking to target certain bowlers in this Dolphins bowling lineup here. You have to think that you have to take a chance somewhere.
Yeah, well, the 3 bowlers we've seen so far, Subrian still to come, Petlaquayu still to come. So which bowler do you target? Wow.
And that's pulled away. That's over. That's into the crowd. That's 6 more for Herman. He's on it today. He looks so good.
Remember, being a left-hander, he's hitting to the shorter side of the St. George's Park towards the Crusaders clubhouse. And that's just too short, not enough pace. And once again, Herman controlling the shot, but intent on hitting it for 6.
And new balls, please. That's the second change for the day. Mr. Van der Merwe's out for the balls.
Some little kids run away with the ball. He's got a nice souvenir to tell his schoolmates on Monday.
Proper claim to fame. New Kookaburra.
So not the ideal start by Similane. Surely he would have learnt watching Dupavlon disappear with a short delivery. You don't bowl short on this pitch where it sits up and asks to be hit.
Back to his length. Good length there from Andile. Warriors found himself here now 35 for 3 after 6.3. Run rate of 5.4. Key partnership. We know the importance of partnerships in T20 cricket. And they're hoping the partnership is currently 17. They're hoping to kick on here, make it something big and match changing. Herman works it to the onside in the gap. One there. Such a feature of Jordan Herman's batting and strike rotation.
Yeah, well, with the expiry of the power play, we're into the 7th over. Immediately the field dropped back for Herman, and at one stage there was deep square leg, deep mid wicket, deep mid on. Now for the right-hander, King, third man on the fence, a cover point on the fence, and on the leg side, a deep forward square leg and fine leg. Those are the men out on the boundary, 5 in the circle.
JP works it down to the third man region. This rotates nicely and they get 1. So important after the 6 that gets hit, that you do rotate strike after that. So they just get bogged down. You can't even face 3 or 4 dots after the bound in T20 cricket. But rotated nicely so far. It's 8 off the over. So Malani will be looking at to close his over off while here.
You know, the Warriors batsmen are under pressure, but I just get the feeling that the Dolphins have sent too many fielders out to the boundary.
Throws his hands at that, and there's 1 to the sweeper. And that's the end of that. That's 7 overs gone. The Warriors are 38 for 3, with Herman on 18 and King on 3 not out at the crease.
Just releasing the pressure during the power play that was built up with so many men out on the boundary. You know, it's a case of let the batsmen take the risk, bring the fielders in, restrict them from getting 1, make them want to go over the top, taking the risk, and you know, possibly you've got the chance of taking more wickets when you definitely need to get rid of some of these key batsmen for the Warriors. But at the moment, it just feels as though you've released all the pressure by placing so many men out on the boundary. Once again, we've got 5 men on the boundary for Herman. A deep backward point, deep mid off, and on the leg side, deep mid on, deep mid wicket, and a deep backward square.
So bowling change for the Dolphins as John Smuts comes in from the duck pond end.
A little bit of turn.
But a turn immediately there. He's bowled hundreds of overs here at this venue. No surprise from Bull 1. Some assistance here for John.
Interesting. You see the loop he's given it, that delivery. That allows the ball to bite and turn. So clever bowling from John Smuts.
Uses his feet. And there'll be interesting phase here of the game here with the spinners. John, Sir Brian, still in the bank as well.
Oh, Andila Petlakwayo as well.
Will change his pace very well on the surface.
Just slightly short. And that's the trouble with bowling at that pace. If you miss your length, batsman's got all the time in the world with the field set well back. Pick his spot and rotate the strike.
I wonder what will be the ideal target here for the Warriors at this stage of the game. Knowing that there's assistance in the surface, you have to feel that anything 140 plus, just never know. Home team, home crowd.
No, you've got to feel 150's par.
JP King also doing his job quite well here at the moment, rotating easily.
Well, at the moment, the Warriors going along at 5.2 runs to the over. And that will be of concern, and they've got to, through the foundation and partnership, build on that.
To the leg side, it's only 1 there. And you know who's there, it's Marcus Ackerman.
Very good fielding. Keeper Grant Rullison taking that ball from the throw-in right next to the bails. No thought of 2 there. But with that run rate, it needs to be 6 sevens at the moment. At the moment, just 5.2, which is a worry, but the partnership in its early stages worth 23, and I'm sure that rate will increase to around the 7-8 run and over.
Brilliantly fielded from Subrayan, the cover region, and he saves one. And that's the end of the 8 overs. The Warriors are 41 for 3.
Yeah, good opening over that from John Smuts. Just the 3 runs coming off it. And some of the crowd that have come in to watch. Very crucial game for both sides. Dolphins won the toss, chose to bowl, so they know what target they're going to have to chase. And the Warriors, well, they've coming off a doubtful streak. They've won 1 and lost 4 games of the last 5, whereas the Dolphins have won their last 4.
And spot on bowling change. So the assistance for John Smuts. And Subrayan comes in from the park drive in.
41 for 3. Warriors not out of the woods yet, and all of a sudden they've got spin bowlers bowling in tandem.
And that's hit behind square. And that's 4 more. Read the length nice and early there, Jordan Herman.
A bad ball, that opening delivery from Pranellan Subrayan. The ball just way too short, and Herman, all he had to do was pick his spot. Just look how much time he had to play that shot. And with the field set, that deep backward square leg, oh, he had no chance. That's a better delivery from Subrayan. Changing the pace, changing the length, and immediately Herman, almost mid-stroke, changing his mind. Isn't that your helicopter, Robin?
Flying. Such a feature here at St. George's Park. Aeroplanes, helicopters not far from the airport here.
Now Subrayan coming over the wicket to the right-handed King.
Does feel like something hasn't happened here at JP King's side? Cut beautifully to the man at deep point region. There's one there.
Now you get the feeling that the strategy at the moment for the Warriors, if Herman is going to try and bat the 20 overs, then King must get after the bowling.
I think it's the left-right hand combination. There's short boundary as well, Craig. I think that's also so. With Herman facing now at the moment, might Mrs. be telling himself he's hitting to the short boundary as the left-hander. Well, what tactics at the end of the day?
Yeah, almost the Dolphins quite happy to give Herman that single. That's a better shot.
That's the end of the over. 8 of that over. And the Warriors are 49 for 3 after 9. In partnership on 31 between Herman and King. And Smuts will continue from the duck pond end.
John Smuts had a very good first over, just conceding the 3 runs. And there's some of the crowd enjoying the grass banks here at Dafabet St. George's Park. King to face John Smuts.
I felt out that he must out on that a bit. Hit it behind square, coming back for 2. But he could have pounced on that a bit better and hit that for 4. It was a bit short and to the leg side, the delivery. That's a 50 up for the Warriors. It's taken them 9.1 balls to get there. Losing 3 wickets in the process.
Yeah, 56 balls. Runs per ball, that's a little bit slow.
Oh, big risk. Oh, good one at the end of the day.
Well, fortunately, the throw-in was rather wide. Umpire Steenkamp having to take evasive action with that throw-in. Let's have a look at that. Good pickup, the throw a bit wayward and almost pinning umpire Steenkamp.
Always in the game, the umpires, yeah. Tucks that to the more short fine leg. Scampers through for one, direct hit.
And the timber goes flying. But it's an indication of what this pitch is like, that the batsmen are staying in their crease, waiting for the ball to bounce. And it just sits up, and they've got all the time in the world with this field placing just to keep rotating the strike. And that's why this partnership has got to 35, and it's starting now to provide a foundation the Warriors so desperately need.
King goes sweep. Doesn't get a hold of it. Especially Kwai on the deep square boundary. They just have to feel the foundation is set now in the partnership. They just feel they need to kick on now.
Yeah, we need more attacking shots from JP King. Herman going along nicely. He's on 27, not out.
Herman sweeps very well. And it's 4 more.
Oh, brave attempt behind square. Deep square leg had a lot of ground to make a way to his left. And the dive, unfortunately, in vain.
Such a good scoring option that from Herman.
Oh, outside leg, he can pick his spot. And, vain attempt. And can merely push that ball onto the boundary rope. Good effort.
It's so important that your big name players stand up in these big games. And Jordan Herman so far doing just that. Herman goes behind square again. It's well fielded. Fielder comes around and they get back for 2.
Shame that ball seems to be following that fielder at deep backward square leg. It's the second time he's fumbled it.
Tamalani is the man there. That's the end of the over. At the halfway stage, the Warriors are 60 for 3 after 10 overs. Herman and King doing a great recovery job so far with the partnership on 42.
Well, that run rate that they've achieved, just 6 runs to the over, now it must accelerate in the second half of the Warriors' innings. It's going to be Pranell and Subrayan from the Park Drive end, over the wicket to JP King. Gives himself lots of room, does JP King, and smashes it through the offside. A little bit too short from Subrayan, and all the time in the world, JP King to just place it wide of that man at deep.
Just have a look at that again there. Loads of room, so he could pick his spot. The usage of the crease so important when playing spin, and JP does that so well here.
Yeah, I'm going to need a lot more of those sort of shots from JP King. Can only find the fielder. Dot ball. Precious. Very leg side-ish, that delivery from Subrayan, and King just pushes it away for that single. That's one thing that the spinner most probably is taking into account, that the right-hander has that huge expanse of outfield on the leg side. So he doesn't mind straying onto the leg side to the right-hander. Now he's got to be careful to the left-hander. The short boundary is on the leg side for Herman. That's well bowled.
I bowled it a bit slower there, Subrayan. Really well bowled. Be interesting to see. Probably Special Kwai will be called in quite soon here to do the job here at the back end for the Dolphins.
A bit too full, leg side-ish. And Herman, cautious in just playing that away for the single. 66 for 3. Coming to the end of Subrayan's second over. He's gone for 14. The singles coming in trickle. 67 for 3. 11 overs gone, the Warriors, having lost the toss and asked to bat. Men out, Matthew Breski, Josaim Pillay, and Andile Magakane. Those are the three batsmen out. Pillay without scoring. Breski for just 7, a big blow. Magakane for 5.
Smuts continuing here from the duck pond end. So far, he's bowled 2 overs, none for 14.
Is King going to try and target that short leg side boundary? It's too short, that delivery. Fired in by John Smuts, and King just waits for it. And all he's got to do is just punch it down the ground for a single. $68 for 3. It's a 50-run partnership on the board between Herman and King, coming off 45 balls. Looking for 2. They're going to have to hurry. Dives? No, doesn't have to. The throw, not a very good one. And that ball just trickling a couple of meters outside the 30-meter circle, and they get 2 runs for it. It's good running. Very quick between the wickets as Herman. Enough to make a bowler furious. Looking for the sweep that was way too leg side-ish, and John Smith rather cheekily inquiring from Abdullah Steenkamp regarding the leg before wicket. No chance of that happening. Once again outside the leg stump, and Herman very quick on the sweep. But those men that are out on the boundary for the Dolphins on that long leg side are 10 meters in from the rope, and that's primarily to stop the batsman taking a second run. 71 for 3. A delivery just going straight on with the arm.
It'll be interesting to see who the Warriors sends in next year. But Kashilio Kruger probably have to favor the big man, Patrick Kruger, to do some damage here.
Yeah, especially with spinners bowling, short boundary. Oh, he's fired that in, and King has pulled out the shot, almost realizing that he'd premeditated the wrong shot and halfway through bailed out.
Yeah, just gave a glance to the surface over there, as if it got stuck in the surface. This feels like he was miles too early through that one there, JP King.
Oh, you always know John Smuts, if he's under pressure, will always fire it in. He won't give the batsman that loopy lolly that he can pick a spot and hit. So 12 overs gone, 71 for 3 are the Warriors. Herman 37, King 17, partnership, a very important one, 53, Subrayan. Well worked with the wrists by Herman.
Rolofson, the keeper, giving the ugly glance there to Beshlequai after that throw. It's a thankless job, wicket keeping.
Oh, he's looped it, has he? Straight back to the bowler. Played way too early. Must probably try to play 3 different shots in his mind while he was waiting for that slow delivery from Subrayan. And King has gone for 17. The Warriors losing their 4th wicket with 72 runs on the board. And that was possibly one of the easier caught-in bowls that Subrayan is going to get.
Looking to give himself some room there, JP. And the ball followed him with a turn. Tried to pierce the offside. Unfortunately, gets an edge. And it's straight back to Subrayan, who strikes.
The new batsman to the crease is Simatemba Treshila. Now, he's going to have to get a move on. A real wriggle on, because there's just 7.5 overs left. 72 for 4. And if you're looking at par being 150, not even halfway yet are the Warriors.
That's just at this stage, just as that partnership was supposed to kick on, and they lose the wicket. And we know the importance of wickets in cricket. Just stems the flow of things for the batting side. Worked so hard, JP King there to give himself a start, and unfortunately, it's a soft wicket that gets given away.
Subrani just making sure his fielders are in the right place for the new batsman. Oh, playing a little bit too early. Lots of airtime for the ball off the bat there. And you can see that. Once again, this is a replay of King's dismissal. The ball just loops at him, and he's trying to turn his bottom hand over, keep the ball down, and gets the leading edge. And Subrayan won't get many easier chances than that.
A sharp turn here at St. George's Park today.
Simatemba Teshila off the mark with that single.
It's so important here on this type of surfaces. Then, as a batter, once you're in, you really have to make it count. Because you have to really grind hard, as Herman and King did, to get themselves in.
Yeah, the ball's just sticking in the pitch a bit, and you just wonder, as a batsman, you never really feel in.
Yeah.
Squeezed out on the offside by Herman. It'll only be the single. Good anticipation. Out on the boundary, cutting it down to just a single. Marcus Ackerman, the fielder. 13 overs gone. 74 for 4. The Warriors, having lost the toss, being asked to bat. And they're making heavy weather of this. And there you can see that top order not firing today. Breski 7, Pillay without scoring. Mogokane just the 6, and now recently in the previous over, JP King losing his wicket. There's still some batting to come. Treshila, new. Patrick Kruger can wield the willow. So it's time to get a move on, because that acquired run rate is only 5.7 runs to the over. Not good enough. John, too short, and once again that man at deep backward square, doing all the hard work and the running. It's going to be a busy man if John Smuts keeps bowling that sort of length. Herman to 40. Now Teshila. How does he play John Smuts with the ball spinning away from him as a right-handed batsman? He does have the shorter boundary on his leg side. Oh, ball just bounces a bit on Treshila and finds the outside edge, and he's going to get fortuitous boundary for that shot. And at the moment, the Warriors will take every run they can get.
Much needed boundary. So have a look at that again. Just a bit straightened a bit, that one there. Sheila also looks like he played a few shots there, premeditated a few times with that one. Fortunately gets the edge.
Smuts again. A little bit too short to Sheila. All the time in the world to work it out on the leg side. To Sheila, what he'll do with his role as a partner to Herman is just rotate the strike until he gets in. Give Herman as much of the strike as possible. And then, as with King, you've got to get a move on. Get that run rate up. At the moment, the Dolphins don't mind giving away one run a ball, because it means that the Warriors won't have a very defendable total. Smuts again to Krishila. Controls it. Deep mid wicket. Does the fielding. Well, it's the boundaries that the Dolphins don't want to give away. They don't mind one run a ball at all.
Last ball of this spell here for John Smuts.
Neatly tucked away by Herman, looking for the second. Yes, they're taking the arm on. And Herman very quick. And poor deep backward square leg. Well, the ball seems to be following him around. So the end of 14 overs, 84 for 4. John Smuts, very creditable figures of 28 runs conceded in his allocation of 4 overs. Some of the suites being used to watch this important encounter between the Warriors and the Dolphins. Lean back and cut. There's a long chase for the man at backward point, but he'll get there, cuts it off. Sheila looking for that short boundary. Good anticipation.
Jason Smith does the field work there on the boundary. Speedy footwork as it comes around.
Good use of the feet by Herman. He'll only get the single though. Oh, Kashila calls him back for the second. He'll have to hurry.
That's very good running between the wickets by these two. The Dolphins players not happy there with Samalane. Ball is really following him. Had to be quicker than that there on that one.
Oh, that's good running from Kashila. He's running to the danger end. Leaves Herman on strike. $87 for 4. Halfway through the 15th over. Herman on 45. Kashila on 8. Another misfield will allow the batsman to change ends. Now the right-hander on strike. Ideally looking for a boundary just to advance that run rate. Short again, pulled deep backward square leg. Does the fielding. 89 for 4. The last ball of the 15th over. Going's been tough for the Warriors. Subrayan with the last delivery of his allocation of 4 overs. 1 for 23 his figures at the moment. That 1 for 23 will become 1 for 24, and the Warriors, after 15 overs, 90 for 4, exactly 6 runs and over. And these last 5 overs now have to count for the Warriors if they are to post a defendable total.
Just looking at the bowling figures there so far for the Dolphins. Ethan Bosch is still 1 over in the bag. He's gone so far 1 for 8. To Pavlon also has 1 over left. He's done the damage up front, taking 2 sticks. Samalani has 1 over for 9, and the spinners combined they've bowled 8 overs for 52 and taken 1 wicket.
No, that's not a bad return by the spinners. Those 8 overs, just 52 runs. Because normally spinners, if they have a seasonal average economy rate of about 6 to 7 runs and over, then they've had a good season. So that's a very good return by the Dolphins spinners. So Milani it is, back into the attack, and he'll be going to the left-handed Herman.
Yeah, Herman is the man in here. He's on 47, looking to make it count. Field setters with deep square, deep mid-wicket, and a long one on the boundary. There's his straight drive down the ground, and that's Jordan Herman at his best when he plays straight. And that's plus 50 for Jordan Herman. When in need, call 76. As Jordan Herman in a match-winning, must-win encounter, he comes to the party. 51 not out.
That's his first half century of the season of the Cricket South Africa T20 Challenge, and a well-needed half century for the Warriors. Now this is an exquisitely executed off drive, straight down the ground. Easiest place to hit at St. George's Park is straight. The boundaries are nice and short, and that boundary is very welcome, taking Jordan Herman to that 50.
And he goes through the covers again, but he finds a man on the boundary. It's all set now. It's all set for absolute carnage here from the Warriors at the back end. 95 for 4 after 15.2. Both can say Kashila's had a look now. And with Kruger still waiting in the bag, they can really have a go with these two to both post something really formidable that they can defend.
It almost looks like Herman has set himself to bat the full 20 overs, end up with a not-out score, and let the batsman ping from the other end. And you've got some heavy hitters in Kashila, Kruger, still to come. Whitehead.
Wicket to wicket from Samalane there. Young man feeling better under pressure here. He's bowled 1.3 overs. He's gone for 15. And he'll know at the back of his head that both batters will be looking to target him. So with a deep square, deep mid-wicket, long on, a sweep on the offside, and long off the boundary riders. So he's looking to tuck it in, bowling middle leg, allowing the batter to hit to the larger boundary. Let's see if he can execute here. Slower ball bouncer, and it's a wide.
The umpire's very strict on anything down the leg side, and Herman not the tallest of individuals, so anything above the helmet or leg side will be wided. And in this sort of format, crucial games, you don't want to be giving away extras. Not only the runs, but you've got to bowl that extra ball as well.
Herman walks down the wicket, straight to cover. There's one there. Looking to advance, see that inside out over the top over cover.
Slowly creeping towards that century mark for the loss of those 4 wickets.
So the Warriors are probably satisfied, Craig. After being in trouble there, losing 3 wickets within the first 3 overs. They've done fairly well. It's just a matter of kicking on now.
Yeah, being 18 for 3 in that power play, you are on the back foot. But King and Herman put on a decent partnership. Kashila and Herman doing well.
Slapped through the offside.
Well, their partnerships to 27. But at the moment, the run rate not creeping up fast enough. Just 6.3 runs to the over. And somebody's got to get going here. and take the extra risk.
Spot on.
And Similani, just by the looks of his bowling figures, he's the one to target.
Yeah.
Because he's only coming to the end of his second over, gone for 18 runs. Now, this could be 2 runs. No. So Sheila immediately holding his glove up, saying, no second run, leaving Herman with the strike. Clever batting as the 100 comes up on the board for the Dafabet Warriors, having been asked to bat first. 100 for 4 they are. Herman, 54 not out, and so Sheila with him at the non-strikers end on 11.
Also comes a bowling change here for the Dolphins from the Park Drive end. Peshluquayo comes in, a man who's well known to bowl at the death. We know we'll see loads of change of pace here from Andile coming into the attack.
Interesting tactic. Peshluquayo, with all his international experience, he's only going to bowl a maximum of 2 overs. And surely somebody with that sort of experience and history in the game, you've got to be giving him his full allocation of 4 overs. But anyway, he's been restricted to just a maximum of 2 overs now.
It's quite interesting, especially on the surface as well. Seeing that the ball looks to be getting stuck in the surface, and he will be the ideal man to vary his pace on the wicket. But let's see how he goes. Lower ball first up, no surprise. There's one there.
God, the slower ball doesn't appeal to me on this pitch because it sits up and just gets asked to hit, and you've got enough time to pick a spot. You almost feel hard back of the length will be the most difficult delivery to face on this pitch.
And if we had to go by reputation here, it's almost as if the batters will be setting up here for a slower ball from Peshluquayo.
No, the secret is to bat deep in your crease. Give yourself more time.
Yet again, rolls his fingers, bowls the off cutter, soft hands to the square leg region. Kashili turns back, Ackerman throws, big appeal, not out. Good running between the wickets there.
That was fantastic running between the wickets. Look at that. There's nothing more than a little nudge. Watch how far the ball goes towards the 30-meter circle markers. And there's a full sprint and dive on, home safely. Brilliant running. When you turn 1s into 2s, that's when that run rate starts increasing rapidly. And they're looking for the gaps on that big left leg side field. You place the ball correctly, you're always going to get 2.
Yes, so the importance, if you're watching, the importance of running the first one so hard. You looked at when Kashila hit that ball, his head was immediately down and he went full Monty, full blast. And when he turned, he never hesitated. And also important that Herman backed his partner and trusted him to come back for the second.
A couple of giggles from the Warriors dugout as Sheila, with that expansive dive, having to rearrange a lot of his personal protection.
Slower ball. You could have guessed it. You know it. That's Andile.
Oh, Kashila, he telegraphed this so early as he comes running down the pitch. There what? Peshluquayo hadn't even let the ball go. And Kashila was on the charge down the pitch.
A big appeal. Mr. Harris is not out, and Kashila is down. He's man down. He's got hit in a place you don't want to be hit.
Yeah, Kashila, he's in pain. Everybody else is laughing. There's nothing anybody can do for him. But they say he's just become a landowner in Port Elizabeth, Kashila. He's now got 2 acres.
Long as you can see the funny part of it.
Yeah, everybody's laughing. And it's a place where spray won't help, drinking water won't help. Oh, that buckled and doubled him over very quickly. All right, he's back on his feet. Bouncing away, I don't think it'll be the most comfortable thing to do. But anyway, he's ready to face another delivery.
So far, been very good here from the experienced campaigner, Peshlu Choir. He's gone for 3 of his first 4 deliveries. Slower ball bouncer. The square leg region. Which requires bowled 5 balls so far. It's all been slower balls. Interesting to see how Jordan approaches this. Just feel that you have to wait for it, stand as deep as possible in your crease, and target the leg side short boundary.
Well, this is the final delivery of Peshwaquai's over, after which there remain 3 overs. Now, this is when, with 6 wickets in hand, you've got to throw your bat at everything. Get as many runs on the board.
Herman goes deep. It's too long off. He's scampering. He says no, and there's only 1. It's a great over from Peshwaquai at this stage of the game. It's only gone for 5, leaving the Warriors 105 for 4 after 17 overs.
Now, that's a very, in the context of the run chase that the Warriors are needing to set a target, that was a very, very good over by Peshwaquai. Just the 5 runs off it, when a team at this stage of the innings is expecting to score a minimum of 10 runs and over. Even 10 runs and over from here on in only gives the Warriors a total of 135. And at the beginning, we thought 150 was par. So give credit to the Dolphins bowlers. They've kept a lid on things. Pavillon, or was it
No,
Bosch?
Ethan
Bosch back into the attack to bowl his final over. And these last 3 overs are make or break for either the Dolphins or the Warriors.
Such a momentum factor here, these last 3. Can really swing the momentum in either side of this encounter. Herman goes across the wicket. The Alps on its way over short fine leg. And that's 4 more. That's Jordan Herman for you.
Clever batting from Herman. He knew that fine leg was in the circle, saving 1. So batting deep in the crease, goes back and he waits for the ball to get to him. And then he just helps it over that short fine leg for 4 runs. Much needed boundary.
With the pace of the wicket, so important and hit the ball behind square. Because the way they're varying pace, it's a bit harder to hit down the ground.
Well, interesting. Now, all 4 men on the leg side back on the boundary.
Slower ball. Goes inside out. 1 bounce to Smith there on the sweeper boundary.
He maybe just gave himself a bit too much room there, and that's why it sliced out to that man square on the boundary. He should have been looking to hit it a lot more straighter because mid-off was up in the circle.
Be interesting to see now the change of field. Deep mid wicket on the boundary, long on the boundary. That's on the short side. And on the long side, we got the deep point, deep cover, and a long off on the boundary. So it looks like the line here should be wide outside off. You know, Kashil probably looking to walk across to exploit the short boundary. Let's see what happens. It's really wide. It's really well bowled. Executed his plan very well there, Bosch. They come back.
Oh, no.
They come back for 2 easily. Might be
They'll
looking
come-
for 3. And Herman turns back.
They'll come back for 3 with that misfield. That's clever thinking from the Warriors batsman. Now the field's got to change around for the left-handed Herman.
Ever so reliable Marcus Ackerman with the error there in the field.
Possibly knowing they were going to take 2, just took his eyes off the ball at the last moment.
Good start to the over here for the Warriors. 8 runs of 3 balls so far. They're looking to make it count. As long off comes in the circle. And with 4 guys on the boundary, all on the leg side.
Over cover, mid-off.
Herman walks down the wicket. His gloves to it, goes to fine leg, and it's just 1. Good execution of his plans here from Bosch, bowling to his field accordingly.
Oh, the field he's got to be aiming at that leg side and getting it back of a length, rising on the batsman. So all you're going to do is just nudge it down. The right-handed Teshila on strike.
He's taken guard on off stump here. Goes deep. Bowl, change of pace. Caught from Smuts. And that's the end of Kashile. But unsure if he hit the ball in the ground, but Kashile is walking.
Now, it almost looked as though he scooped the ball.
Umpire's given it out. Kashile was quite sure that he walked. And that's the end of Kashile. Departs for 17 of 16 balls. And to the wicket comes Patrick Kruger. There's a replay of that. Standing deep in his crease, looking to get underneath the ball. Slower ball. This pops up. And straight to Smudge. JJ does the work. Unfortunately, now with Kruger only comes in with 13 balls left. And he's the big hitter in this lineup. I hope it's 13 balls. He'll face a few. I hope he can do enough damage here.
Yeah, the deliveries have to disappear now. The Warriors desperately need boundaries, and a lot of them. Clever bowling from Bosch.
Change of pace yet again. Loads of assistance off the wicket. That's the end of 18. What is a 115 for 5? With Herman on 62 and Kruger on 1 not out respectively. Let's have a look at that again.
There's the scoop, slow delivery, playing too early, and immediately John Smuts knows that it was scooped straight into his hands. Even though Teshila started walking, he then stopped, thinking the ball had hit the ground. And the familiar St. George's Park band. What an asset they are to Dafabet St. George's.
Not easy to hit the ball here from ball 1 as a batter. You know, Patrick Kruger is a man that can do that. He'll be looking to clear the boundary here.
Oh, he's going to have to. Hit straight, it's the easiest hit.
So on the onside, running hard between the wickets. And they'll come back for 2. And they'll do it easily, in fact. So again, that young man under pressure in the field. Ball has really been following him today.
117 for 5. The odd single being turned into 2. Well, you don't mind that, because at the moment the Warriors are struggling. Their run rate just 6.4 runs to the over.
And with a change of pace, it's really hard to hit the ball some distance. So it'll be important to see how the Warriors also line up with their bowling attack. I don't think it'll be easy. Change of pace again. Into Sean Big Shy. Oh, not out.
Yeah,
Gets home.
I think if that would have been a direct hit, that would have been Kruger. Sans bat walking back to the pavilion.
Jordan Herman will be giving the messages here to the bowlers as well on what the Dolphins have done well and how they can also execute their plans according to the wicket here. Especially quite coming around the wicket to Herman. Herman goes across the wicket and manages to squeeze it to the onside. Then they get one. Really well bowled. This comes back to the fact again. Why is the experienced campaign only getting 2 overs? You just have to ask yourself that. Even though the Dolphins would be happy, just that your go-to players, you think that they'll bowl their 4. Kruger goes squares, he pass short fine leg, long boundary, Bosch will come around and they'll get back for 2. Takes the score to 121 for 5 after 18.4.
This is clever bowling from the Dolphins. They're not bowling boundary balls, and it's frustrating the Warriors.
Slower ball again, pass point. He waited nicely for that. And it's past the point and it's 4 more to Kruger. The fielder's down. Lukai Zondo there. He hurt himself while diving.
Possibly just winded himself. And he does look in a bit of discomfort, holding his hip. Physiotherapist on the field. Does look like he's done a mischief to his hip. Good to see he's back on his feet. He's made of tougher stuff. He's ready to go. Just a little bit tender at the moment. Good effort to try and stop that boundary from the bat of Kruger. 125 for 5.
So just still hobbling around there. Just run it off here. It's the last ball of the over here for Peshliquayo. Running hard into the long on. Norman turns back. Some Lamani under pressure and they get back for 2. Comfortably home. Takes the score to 127 for 5 after 19 when 1 over left.
Way off the par score are the Warriors, 127 for 5. But turning ones into twos, it's good batting. The final over arrives. And you think that facing the pavilion, who's got his tail up, 3 overs having cost him 17 runs, 150 the par score, nowhere near that. So the Warriors are going to have to pull a rabbit out of the hat if they just secure themselves a home semi-final. Making final adjustments, getting their field exactly where the bowler wants. He knows what line and length he's going to bowl. And at the moment, short third man, backward point, inside the circle, deep square cover, extra cover, mid-off, inside the circle, and 4 men on the leg side boundary. This is where Herman should make space and hit over the offside. He does.
It goes straight, but it's straight. It's got more air on it than length. And it's a diving catch and it goes down from Bosch. And they get back for 2.
Good effort. You could see why that ball went down because Bosch never quite steadied himself. Herman gives himself a lot of room, looking for that offside. The Pavilion follows him, and he just never gets himself steady under it. And the last minute dive, can't get fingers to the ball.
That one goes over square leg. Subramani underneath it, and he does the business, and he's caught on the long boundary. Pavlon strikes yet again, and that's the end of Herman. He departs for well played 63. Scored 63 runs of 53 balls that included 4 fours and 2 sixes.
Now it's short and having a hoik and good steady footing makes for a simple catch. Sean Whitehead, the new batsman, makes his way to the crease. 4 balls remain. You just wonder how long his handle is, because he's just gonna have to use all of it in these last 4 balls.
Pavlon's figures so far. 3 wickets for 19 runs. Been really good today.
Three wickets in his spell. The Pavilions bowled well today.
Whitehead works that to the third man region. We get Kruger on strike.
Yeah, good delivery, full. All the batsman could do, being new at the crease, was just squeeze it out on the offside. 128 for 6. You just get the feeling this is not enough. That's the end of Herman. Playing across the line, scooping it square, gets the leading edge in the air, and the simplest of catches.
Let's see what Kruger can do here. And he goes wide. And it's Lamani again, and it's a great catch. Athletic work.
Well, all the time there's been misfields from Similane. He's made up for it with 2 very good catches. The first from Herman, the easier, but this catch, watch this. This ball was travelling. Out on the offside, always going away from Similane, and certainly going for 6. And he makes sure, no mistake. So the end of Kruger for a bright and breezy 12. Warriors lose their 7th wicket with 130 runs on the board.
Sametu comes to the crease. It's 2 balls remaining. The Pavlon has taken a 4-for. These 2 batting will be key players here when the Warriors bowl. The 2 spinners will be looking to work in tandem to do some damage when they got ball in hand in a bit. But for now, they need some runs with the willow, and they only got 2 balls to do so.
Boundary balls would be the ideal finish for the Warriors. But he's a clever bowler, De Pavlon. Bowling to Sametu.
And it's full and straight, and he's beaten Sametu with pace there.
Yeah,
So good.
Dot ball, precious.
So nice to see De Pavlon execute the Yorker. Something you don't see too often in today's day. Old school Yorker executed beautifully from De Pavlon.
Now there's another look at that catch. Brilliant catch. On the move, does well to stay within the field of play. Quite close to the boundary on the long side.
Last ball here it is. And it's well bowled, and he's castled him. That's 5 for De Pavlon. And well bowled, sir. And rightly so, big first pump. A match winning, possibly, spell here from Darren De Pavlon. That's a 5 in a T20. It's worth gold. And it might just be worth silverware as well in a week's time. You never know.
Now, it's a fine bowling spell from De Pavillon. No wonder he's on the radar of the national selectors. Perfect delivery, this. Line, length, spot on. Full Yorker. You miss, I hit. Very simple theory. And that's a great bowling spell from De Pavillon. 4 overs, 5 for 20. 130 for 8 is all the Warriors could muster after the Dolphins won the toss and chose to bowl. And the 6 bowlers used by the Dolphins, success. Smuts, 4 overs for 28. Pat Lequire, surprisingly, just 2 overs for 17. Bosch, 2 for 18. Similani just got 2 overs. Sabrian got 4 overs, 1 for 24. And De Pavillon, the standout feature of the Dolphins bowling attack in his 4 overs, returning figures of 5 for 20.
Looking at the Warriors batting here, Palai, Breedski and Mokakani got dismissed within the power play, with De Pavillon getting 2 and Bosch 1 respectively. And there was a partnership between Herman and King, who done some consolidation work, with Herman being the best batter of the inning, scoring a memorable 65, who were well supported by King 17 and Kashina 17. But at the end, it has all been De Pavillon, as the Warriors scored 130 for 8, with De Pavillon taking 5.
So that's the end of the Warriors. Or it could be the end of their efforts to host a home semi-final. 130 on the board, 131 needed by the Dolphins to host a home semi-final. That's it from Dafabet, St. George's Park. We'll be back in a moment.
That to engage in any conduct, whether through the use of language, gestures, or otherwise, which is likely to offend, insult, humiliate, intimidate, threaten, disparage, or vilify any other person, including players, match officials, or spectators, on the basis of their race, religion, culture, color, descent, national or ethnic origin. Such action will not be tolerated and is likely to result in ejection from the venue, a position of other sanctions, such as being banned from the venue in the future, and possible further action including criminal prosecution.
Welcome back to Dafabet St George's Park. 130 the Warriors ended up for the loss of 8 wickets in their 20 overs, and the two umpires at the wicket waiting for the players, Stephen Harris and Abdullah Steenkamp, and the two batsmen for the Dolphins, Grant Rollison and Kaya Zondo, knowing that they've now got a target of 131 off 20 overs. The beauty of winning the toss and bowling first is you know exactly at what run rate you need to go at to achieve victory. And that victory, very important here, because the winner of this match between the Warriors and the Dolphins will host a home semi-final next week. Powerful batting lineup. The Dolphins have got Zondo playing his 146th match, and you'll be facing Patrick Kruger from the Warriors.
No surprise there, Craig, with Kruger opening the bowling. I think says a lot how the wicket is playing. He's a bit slower, but the resistance, and Kruger type of bowler that just kisses the deck. Not the quickest, but he'll just hit the surface and hopefully get the assistance. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this power play goes. Looks as well as Kashili will be standing up to Kruger. I know he's going back.
But an important aspect of this run chase, from a batting lineup point of view, do you send batsmen in to try and break the back of this chase quickly and then canter to victory? Or do you pace yourself gradually throughout the 20 overs? Be interesting to see as Kruger from the Duck Pond Pavilion to Zondo squeezes it out airborne to a third man position, and the Dolphins' chase of 131 underway.
It'll be interesting to see the approach, as you mentioned. I think the important thing is that you play your game. You can't want to be circumspect about it, because I think on a deck like this, when you circumspect, you more likely to get yourself out there. If it's there to eat, you got to eat it.
Yeah, it's certainly a sort of pitch that you can dig a very big hole for yourself and leave yourself with too much to do with too few overs left.
Now, as you have mentioned, it's just so important Dolphins can control it, seeing that they are chasing.
Second ball now. Rollison, just all defense.
Zondo's still limping. He hurt himself while fielding the point region and doesn't look too comfortably at the non-striker's end.
Now, we've seen a lot more bounce from this bowling from the Duck Pond Pavilion end as against the Park Drive end. A little bit of movement away from the right-handed batsman, lateral movement off the pitch. Optimistic appeal. They'll get through for the leg bye.
Let's have a look at that again there. Kruger coming in, hit the surface and it's straightened, but a bounce. Definitely something in it here for the bowlers. Just so important that the Warriors strike within this power play to give themselves any chance.
Now, an interesting field set for the right-arm fast bowler Kruger. You've got short third man, short fine leg. You've got a wideish square leg backward. And Zondo will pick himself up another single. And then on the offside, you've got that short third man, a deep backward point, almost a deep gully. And then 3 men in the circle on the offside, and mid-wicket and mid-on, leg side on the shorter side of St George's Park playing area. Playing on pitch number 2. Good field placing. Now, it just makes the playing area almost uneven. We are 4 pitches off centre So it makes the one boundary, especially a right-hander hitting with the wind, as is Rulifson now. It's merely a flick to get the ball over that boundary. Kruger again. No contact there. It'll be signalled wide by umpire Steenkamp. When you're trying to defend such a low total, you've got to be disciplined to give away as few extras as possible. Required rate just 6.6 runs to the over. Once again, that fine leg has come a lot finer. Saves the single. So the end of the first over, there's just 4 runs on the board.
Looks like Warriors will be opening with spin from the Park Drive end. Sean Whitehead will be taking the new ball. He's played 12 matches and averages 39.3, with an economy of 6.7. Looking to strike here early for the Warriors.
Now, any spinner with an economy rate between 6 and 8 is worth his weight in gold. Especially when you're looking around at other T20 competitions being played, 270. I wonder when some team's going to make 300. It's coming soon in 20 overs. So Whitehead, he'll be going to Zondo. Good line, good length. Just the right sort of pace for this pitch. Required rate, 6.7. Oh, it's way too short. And you just saw how that delivery just sat up and asked to get bunted away for a boundary.
And just helped on his way there from Zondo. Pretty easy that one there. Rocks back, helped on its way. Lumping while doing it. Works it for 4.
Now you see the problem the Warriors have got there. They've got 2 men inside the circle behind square on the leg side. So you've basically got to beat that man at short square leg on his left-hand side. It's too far for mid-wicket to get around, and it's always going to be a boundary.
Especially if this outfield that's in lush condition here, correct?
Yeah, it's smooth. The ball flies across this outfield. Better control from Whitehead. Zondo very quickly changing his mind in terms of what shot he was going to play. He'll get away with a single wide of Whitehead. 9 without loss. Rulifson on strike now, yet to get off the mark. That first run, so important psychologically to get yourself going. Even better, a boundary. Down the leg side. Umpire won't have anything of that. That'll be wide.
Bowler went up there as if it just missed the timber. Let's have a look at that again. No, I don't think so. Just count down leg.
Look, a lot of the times the bowlers appeal knowing that they're trying to distract the umpire from signalling wide against them. That single will end the second over. The Dolphins on 11 without loss. Now, does Kruger get another over?
Yes, he does.
Yep, he is. Just conceded 3 in his first over. Rulofson with a single to his name. 6.7 runs per over required. Good foundation, good opening partnership will make easy meat of that target. Like that. Just a little flick for 6. Hitting to the short side. Discipline as a bowler wasn't there from Kruger. And Rulofson with his first boundary. That's how easy it is to get a boundary on that short leg side. It's just a mere flick of the bat.
Stood tall, read the length nice and early. As mentioned, to the short boundary. And with the Willows of today, it doesn't take much to clear a short boundary with that size, Craig.
And hitting with the wind.
All in favour of the batter.
Means the bowler's got to become even more disciplined. Not in that case. That's a very good delivery. He has the beating of Rulofson. He's got a thin inside edge on that. And it's away for 4. So rather a fortuitous boundary for Rulofson.
Chinese cut, they call it. And that's 4 more. So Metu can't get around to stop that.
21 without loss.
Seems to be all happening in Park Drive with all the hooting. Somebody is tied the knot, somebody is getting married.
Quite possibly. And there's another flick away for 6. Rulofson advancing down the pitch, meets it on the half volley and just scoops it away for 6. And those men out on the boundary on the leg side, all they can do is watch it land in row G.
Just staying in line, staying in length here, Kruger. Rulofson so strong off his legs, goes across it, he helps it on its way.
Yeah, that cricket ball flew almost as far as that engine thing. Goes airborne again, does Rulofson. It'll be met on the bounce. Just the single. Rulofson very quickly, with the aid of those boundaries, gone to 18. 28 without loss.
The most ideal start here for the Dolphins.
Yeah, sure. You know, you'd have mental targets. And the moment you need less than 100 runs to win with 10 wickets in hand, easy.
Zondo to mid-wicket.
Oh,
And he's just pouched a very good catch at mid-wicket. And Zondo can't believe the shot he's played. That ball, back of a length, he was on the back foot, and it just sat up, and all he did was tamely pull it straight into the hands of short mid-wicket.
Good catch that from Sean Whitehead.
Yeah, but what a way to get out. Couple of meters either side, and it was runs. Instead, he picks out the fielder. Now, that's the first wicket for the Warriors. Important wicket. Kaya Zondo. And now, John Smuts, one of the all-time favourites here at St. George's Park, makes his way to the crease, this time in the colours of the Dolphins. Now, this man can do some damage very quickly, can John Smuts.
Zondo will be kicking himself, especially knowing that there was 17 already off the over.
Yeah, the ball was there to hit. Unfortunately, he found the only fielder there at that short mid-wicket. 5 meters either side, and you're looking for a boundary. Now, John Smuts. Very cautiously forward. Played with ease. So, the end of 3 overs. The Dolphins chasing 131 for victory. 28 for 1. The man out so far, Kaya Zondo. That's how he went. Look at that. 5 meters either side of Whitehead. It's 4 runs. Consider yourself rather unlucky. But the Warriors, the only way they're going to win the game is they're going to have to bowl the Dolphins out. They need wickets, and they need them quickly.
And that's why they've called on CSA T20, the man who's been their leading wicket taker so far this season, to come in from the park drive in.
Yeah, good line, good length. Played with caution by Rulofson. Now, that's an interesting shot. The pull off the back foot, and he's going to get a boundary over a wideish long on. A little bit too short from Sumetu. And Rulofson, back in his crease, just waits for the ball. Not often you see a shot like that, or over mid-on off the back foot.
Just a sign of pure strength there from Rulofson to lean back and hit it over mid-on. Well executed.
The ideal shot to play in the power play, where only 2 fielders are allowed outside the circle. And those 2 fielders are mid-off. And this could be another wicket for the Warriors. It is. Rulofson going on the sweep, misjudging the bounce from Sumetu, gets the top edge. And the Warriors get their second Dolphins wicket with a total on 32. Rulofson gone for 22, just off 12 balls. And that's a big wicket for the Warriors.
It's that man Sumetu again. He strikes.
So does the band strike up.
And they're turning it on as Sumetu turns it on for the Warriors. Well taken from Van Heerden. And that brings to the crease Marcus Ackerman.
Ackerman just 12 runs short of 1,000 runs in T20 cricket. Important partnership this for the Dolphins. Smuts, Ackerman. They still need another 99 runs off 99 balls.
That 99 will be far away if he keeps wickets falling in stages here.
32 for 2. Almost gone a similar way as the Warriors in their power play, losing wickets early. We're halfway through the 4th over. Dolphins are already 2 down, 32 on the board. And Similane, Sumetu rather, picking up his first wicket. And that's confidence for you. First ball, a sweep, and Ackerman gets off the mark with a 6.
Ackerman not holding back here. Didn't need any sighters. And he says, first ball up to Sumetu. I'll have some of you. And he goes over square leg.
Ideal hitting with the wind, the short boundary. Just got to make sure you don't get a top edge, which was Rulofson's case, and Ackerman will take the single. Coach's delight, a single after a boundary.
Spot on, so important.
Interesting, with John Smith facing Sumetu, the 2 men out during the power play, out on the boundary, long on and a mid-wicket. John Smith wasn't ready. Sumetu too eager.
Sumetu trying to creep up on him there. Not the first time I see him do that this season.
the nudge out on the leg side. They'll amble through for the single. But the unwritten rule in cricket is the batsman must be ready when the bowler wants to start his run-up. That's the unwritten rule. What would have happened if the bowler had let the ball go and that ball hits the wickets and the batsman, aware that the bowler's running in, has pulled away? Doesn't seem fair. It's all weighted towards the batsman, isn't it?
Well, most of the time, that's what they say. It's a batsman's game. We look at the short boundary here. It's definitely a batsman's game, Craig.
Oh, it's just with the size of the bats they use today. Earlier, before the play started, I picked up one of the batsman's bats today. And I couldn't believe the size of the edges, the thickness of the bat. And yet it only weighed 2 pound 8 ounces. And 2.8. It felt like a feather in your hand, so much wood. Anyway, Motoa into Smuts. Doesn't quite know where that is, Smuts.
Also, with that bats, also they designed to your preference as a player also now today's day. You can say exactly how you want it crafted and they'll have it just like that for you, which also helps quite a bit.
Yeah, our sponsors in the day used to do the same thing, where you go to the factory, test all the bats, find the one whose pickup and weight was ideal and the number of lines in the grain.
So
Smuts pulls, doesn't quite get hold of it. Out to a long on. Yeah, but the manufacturers in those days, you'd go through maybe 100 blanks, find exactly your specifications. And what the manufacturer would do would then be, they'd keep that with your name attached to it. And every time you wanted bats replaced or your new season's allocations, they would give you as close as possible to that original specimen that you selected, suiting your weight, the pickup, and the grain on the face of the bat. 41 for 2, the Dolphins. Ackerman, 7 to his name. Oh, well bowled. Had Ackerman playing down completely the wrong line.
So coming around the wicket here, angling it into the left-hander. Hits the surface and straightens. Just needs to straighten just by enough to beat the outside edge.
Good delivery, that. See if he can do it again. Not quite. Spooned around, looking for 2. They'll come back quite comfortably. A little bit too short, that from Motoa. Big shout from Motoa. Ackerman playing the wrong line. Possibly a little bit too high. No reaction from Abdullah Steenkamp.
Let's have a look at that again. Keeping in mind, Ackerman is a short man as well. Oh, you can see why the bowler went up.
Possibly from his angle, it looked like it might have been hitting the stumps. But that Ackerman got so far across, it looks like it hit him outside line. Oh, quick change of mind from John Smuts. He was looking to heave that. And good delivery from Motoa ends that over. How's this for a change of mind?
We'll just have a look again at that shout. Wicket's so crucial, such an important game. Or if I had to make a call, you know what I'm calling on impact, that's hitting middle. There's a change of bowlers, Jay picking into the tackle. The Dolphins are 44 for 2 after 5.
Every reason for the band to pick up their tone, pick up their pitch, get this sparse crowd really going, supporting the Warriors, who are trying to defend a total of 130. 44 for 2, the Dolphins are. Ackerman on 10. Smuts and the non-strikers end on 2. King. JP King, the new bowler from the Park Drive end.
Spin is the order of the day, yeah. The Warriors.
Oh, we saw the good job the Dolphin spinners did in tandem. Warriors following the same tactic.
Reverse
Now,
from Ackerman.
not the wisest shot, first ball to play against the new bowler, but it seems to be all the norm today. Our first ball that King's bowling, and it's premeditated. It's hitting, even though he's now playing a right-hander's sweep, it still hit him outside a left-hander's off stump, outside line.
So, since Ackerman has got to the crease, he's been very proactive and busy here. Looks like he wants to get on with things. King to Smuts. John makes room and cuts it through the offside. That's well played, and that's 4 more.
While you've got the fielding restrictions, you've got to be so accurate as a bowler, and that was a little bit short from King. Just sat up. And John Smuts, you don't need a second invitation for him to do that to you. Just leans to give himself the room to free his arms. Good dot ball. They all count.
Dolphins are going at 8.9 so far. Looks like they want to get on a flight to Durban to host the semi-final.
Yeah, looks like it.
King lucky to get away with that. Very fortunate. That should have been 4. It's a poor delivery, short and on the leg side. But Smuts finds the field in Van Heerden.
Not the best delivery. Lucky to go unpunished.
We bowl short again. This time as he turned to deep mid wicket. And it's 1.
Brings up the 50 for the Dolphins. Chasing 131 for victory. They've got there of 37 balls. So doing it quite comfortably at the moment.
One thing I've enjoyed so far about the Dolphins, they see ball, they hit ball. If it's in there, the slot, they're backing themselves, regardless of the conditions.
And I don't think the conditions have been particularly treacherous. I think we've seen some injudicious shots from the batsmen, some good bowling. To Pavilon's 5-wicket haul, an indication of that.
That's the end of 6 overs. Dolphins are 50 for 2 in the pursuit of 131 to host the semi-final. At this stage, they need 81 to win off 84 balls.
Now there's the comparatives. Dolphins chasing that 131 for victory. Jordan Herman only standout in that Dafabet Warriors batting lineup. Hollywoodbets Dolphins, they've got ample batting to come, having lost the 2 wickets. 50 on the board already. And it's going to be Whitehead to continue.
Change of ends for Whitehead. Comes now from the duck pond end.
John Smith with that big backlift, and you think, oh, he's looking to heave it, and then all of a sudden at the last moment changes and defensively pushes it away for 1.
Well, John has been in this situation many times before, chasing 130 almost to host the semi-final. They'll know exactly what to do, when to strike, when to throw punches.
But you can see what's going through John Smuts' mind as the bowler delivers the ball. He's looking for that big hit.
Oh, it's Ackerman looking to give himself some room.
Clever bowling from Whitehead, following the batsman.
Two dot balls here so far, I must say. Ackerman again, looking very proactive, looking on wants to make something happen. Goes down the wicket. And what he finds, Blades get mid-wicket. Straight mid-wicket.
Well, this is good bowling by Whitehead. He's not giving the ball flight. He's darting in and follows the batsman. Tucks him up. The pace at which he's bowling doesn't allow the batsman to change his shot. He forces him into that decision quickly.
Change of field. Only one guy in the circle on the leg side now, that short fine leg. Goes across, works it to the vacant mid-wicket region. And that's one.
As a batsman, part of the batting process is knowing exactly where the fielders are. And you feel just by moving that field around, you're just giving the batsman a free defensive run.
It's one. Nice and simple, but just what's required here from the Dolphins. And that's the end of 7 overs. The score's 53 for 2.
They need 78 runs off 78 balls. That's a runner ball. No pressure. The Warriors, I don't think, are putting enough pressure on these Dolphins batsmen, where even if they take it to the 20th over, a runner ball, very easy.
Such a beautiful sight to see. The game being played here in the Banks here, St. George's. Even in Crocs, doesn't matter. Got to keep your eye on the ball. Oh, poor defense there and a pose. Oh, and check. Some arrogance behind it. Almost gets run out. That's a shout. Some action on the side here.
Back to the main action, JP King to continue from the Park Drive end.
Amateur long on from Smuts.
Now, that's a trademark shot of Smuts. He likes to look leg side when he's playing. Where, with the field that was set on the offside, that ball was short and outside off stump. If he'd merely thought about the shot more, he could have actually picked himself up a simple boundary there by picking a gap on the offside. He had all the time in the world to do it.
Just have to feel that the Warriors have to make something happen here. And that's 1,000 career T20 runs for Marcus Ackerman.
Good achievement, that. 1,000 runs in any format. Once again to John Smuts. They're bringing that extra cover that was on the boundary into the circle, drop mid-off back, and hit hard by Smuts, almost taking JP King's hand off. I'm sure he's just counting his fingers, making sure they're all there.
I know when Smuts eats it, it stays it. Ackerman goes for the slog sweep again, but this time it's straight to Pillay on the square leg boundary. Ackerman departs, King strikes. Ackerman scored 12 from 13 balls, that included 1-6, leaving the Dolphins at 56 for 3.
It's amazing how many wickets fall here at St. George's Park with people playing square. All right, sure, he's looking to loft it. That is the short side boundary. but he's hit it. The fielder didn't have to move a meter. Pillay just stood there and said, "Thank you very much, sir. You're back in the hut." Third wicket goes down for the Dolphins. 56 runs on the board. And we are busy with the 8th over. New batsman in for the Dolphins, Jason Smith.
Just have to feel that the wickets, yeah, you just never know.
It's amazing how many wickets have fallen. We saw it in the game that the Dolphins lost here against the Titans. How many wickets fell square of the wicket?
But it's too long off first ball.
The more straighter you play here, the safer it is. That wicket will do JP King a world of good, his confidence. Too short.
And that's the end of the 8th over. Dolphins are 58 for 3 after 8 with Smuts on 12. And Smith has just joined him on 1.
Well, to give you an idea of how the Dolphins are doing, the DLS rate in terms of a rain-affected or play-affected match, the par DLS is 57. And at the moment, the Dolphins 58 on the board. So they're comfortable. There's another look at that catch. Didn't have to move. Belay, straight to him.
Whitehead continuing here from the duck on end. Really well bowled. It's the edge there, and it goes to the short third man. Beautiful pace that from Sean Whitehead, but slower in the air.
Yeah, and it just shows you how much that ball gripped and it turned. Smut's not expecting the edge to be found.
Rietzke having a word with Whitehead. But bowled to Smuts. Thousands of balls, hundreds and thousands of balls, so they should have a plan in place here. With the arm, and John works it to long off. Mokakane does the field work.
It shows you how positive John Smuts is. Even when he's playing a defensive shot, he's hitting it solidly, that it's still finding that gap for the single. More importantly, it just keeps that scoreboard ticking over and doesn't get the required rate out of hand.
It's beautifully bowled. Taken away. Yet again, it's that pace. This is the pace to get him out of his crease, to let him go reach for the ball, and he gets beaten on the outside edge. Let's have a look at that again.
Well, certainly some assistance for the bowler. Just at that pace, the ball biting and just turning away outside the edge.
A bit too short. Rietzke does great work at cover. Quickly came around to stop one there.
Well, I think that's one aspect that has seen the Warriors shine in this tournament so far, has been their fielding. You've got Harriman, Kruger, all top of the table in terms of catches taken. Bretsky, fourth. So fielding a big aspect of the Warriors' successes this year.
100%, Craig. So important that you field well. Says a lot about a team's attitude and the team environment if they field well as a unit. Well, to the offside. In today's era, you need to be able to field as well. You can't do 1 out of the 3. You need to be fielding has almost become a must.
Yeah, well, you have to be an all-rounder, of which fielding is one strength of the all-round ability.
Seen so many times you lose games because of fielding. And yet you can win a game simply by a great run out or great catch. It's a big shout from Whitehead. Probably missing leg and straightened enough. And that's the end of the over. That's 9 overs gone. The Dolphins are 60 for 3. And at the moment, for now, they're looking complete control of this run chase.
Now, not surprising there was a huge appeal because they know John Smuts is a danger with a bat in hand, and that replay just showing the ball drifting straight on with the arm down the leg side, not enough turn to even interest Abdullah Steenkamp into any form of decision. Another change of bowling. CSA T20.
Just a look at the score from around the country there. With the Lions, they require another 21 runs to win for 7 wickets in hand from 26 balls. So they'll definitely, at this stage, be looking to finish on top of the log and be hosting a semi-final.
Well, it's good to keep an update of what's going on and the other potential semi-finalists.
Also important encounter in Cape Town, where Western Province is taking on the Titans. And at the moment, the Titans is in control. They're on 66 for 2 after 8, chasing 114 to win, where they're looking to secure their 4th spot, which unfortunately will leave Western Province in the 5th spot position, and they won't be making the playoffs the way it looks at this stage.
So it looks as though the Lions will be playing the Titans in the semi-final at the Wanderers. And even though some might think this game is in the balance, I think the other semi-final will be between these same two sides, but instead of here again at St. George's Park next week, it'll be at Kingsmead in Durban.
Spot on. That's how it is. Unless Warriors can do something special here, and we can be right back right here at the Bertha.
Now, the only way the Warriors are going to win this game, they're going to have to bowl the Dolphins out. And they look a far way from doing that. But funnier things have happened.
Right on drive that from Smuts. Fielder comes around. Good fielding work that from Mokakane. Also blitz in the outfield and Dile Mokakane. Great fielding work. Safe 2 runs there for his team.
Well, that's what's needed. Putting your body on the line for the sake of your team. But at the moment, it's all looking a bit too easy for the Dolphins.
Fielding changes. And it squarely comes now to mid-wicket. The deep square coming more around behind square. So made to Smuts. Let's hit straight to mid-wicket. Where Matoa does the field work.
Well, that's exactly where they've moved Matoa to, that position. He was just slightly behind square. So, good anticipation from Bretsky.
Worked for 1. At the halfway stage in the chase here from the Dolphins. 10 overs bowled. The score 66 for 3.
Halfway in terms of overs, halfway in terms of chase. After 10 overs, Warriors were 60 for 3. Dolphins, 66 for 3. There's the Dolphins scorecard so far. Zondo, Rulifson, and Ackerman, the men gone. Rulifson looked Very aggressive for his 22, but unfortunately got out exactly the wrong time. So Whitehead it is to continue from the Park Drive end. Hammered straight back. Now the batsman at the non-striker's end, was he back in his crease?
Didn't touch it.
Steenkamp, the umpire. Now I'm wondering, there was the appeal. He's obviously given it not out. Let's have a look at this.
Was there hand?
That's out. Way out.
There's no hand from Whitehead. You didn't get a fingertip on it, so unfortunately, it looked very close, but he didn't appeal. The bowler didn't appeal.
It'll be interesting to see that. It looked like Whitehead deflected that ball onto the stumps. Batsman was short of his ground.
He didn't appeal. You don't know if he touched it. Yeah, that's all.
Just a single after that little bit of drama.
No touch. He just did it. The sheet.
Can you show it again? No, let's have a look at this again.
Didn't appeal. He's running for the
Now, he's running for the ball, sure, but did that ball touch his hand? Oh, beautifully bowled. Beautifully bowled by Whitehead. Yeah, I think if Whitehead had felt he'd got a finger on it, he would have been jumping up and down, appealing, and he was rather silent, which I think gave the game away. Oh, now surely that was so close. On the back foot was Smith.
Let's have a look
Very
at that. Sharp turn here for Whitehead. Well, that's a bit quicker in there. Oh, but too much, probably a bit too much bounce there. But really well bowled.
Amazing at bouncing that side of the pitch. Played airborne, but the man is back on the boundary. So no risk for the batsman. You just wonder, isn't it perhaps time that Bretsky should actually bring fielders in? Stop giving such easy ones away. Make the batsman take more risk. Another appeal, another great delivery from Whitehead. That's a very good over. And he completes his 4 overs, does Whitehead, and he's gone for just 14 runs. Let's have a look at this.
Straightens beautifully. Oh, his first over went quite for a bit, but he's came back beautifully, Sean Whitehead. First over went for 8. And they're jiving and they're vibing here at St. George's Park.
Poor man with a tuba, those shoulders must be tired. Oh, he's still got enough energy to dance. Spend the whole day wearing an eggshell. 68 for 3, 11 overs gone. 7 runs and over needed. Now, what the Warriors should try and do is pressure the batsman and get that required rate up above 10. Then scoreboard pressure becomes another influence on the batting side. JP King to bowl his 3rd over. 1 for 10 is figures. All too easy. Down the ground. In outfield set for King and John Smuts. 2 men in the circle on the leg side, 1 mid-wicket, 1 fine leg, and then deep backward square mid-wicket, mid-on. And you just feel John Smuts being so dominant, a leg side player, that you stop him from getting those easy singles and allowing him to rotate the strike. And in doing so, he's just gaining more and more confidence. And his bat seems to get broader and broader.
As you've said, Craig, just too easy at the moment. Strike rotation, 7 wickets in hand. We'll have to put a few good overs together here to look for full stroke here from the Dolphins.
Yeah, that's wishful thinking, waiting for a false stroke. When all the Dolphins have to do is just push the ball around for singles.
Need to make something happen here. Take the risk of bringing one more player in the circle. There probably has to be the mid-off, long-off guy.
John Smith again looking for that huge shot with his backlift. The bat went even higher as the bowler left the ball go, and then he changed his mind. Man set out behind square on the boundary. Well timed by Smuts. Well, Smuts very quietly has crept to 20. Almost without any hardship. Got to 20, 72 for 3. Last ball of the 12th over. Brzezinski and King having a chat. Just wonder, the field hasn't really changed. Airborne. Now this should be out. Oh, valiant attempt. Bouncing just short of the fielder. They'll get back for the second. Finishes the 12th over, 74 for 3. But this was a valiant effort out on the boundary, mistimed, looking to go over the top. That's a risk you want. The Warriors want the Dolphins batsmen to take. Matoa from the Duck Pond Pavilion. And he's bowled one over, conceded 4 runs. Good start for him. He's got to keep it going, got to keep it tight. Otherwise, it's a mere canter for the Dolphins. Their required rate just inching higher slightly. 7.1 the required rate. Man in form, Smuts, 20 to his name. Facing Matoa. That's hammered hard. Beats a diving extra cover and away for 4. That's what John Smuts likes. Ball smashed off the middle of the bat. Just left of the man at extra cover. He didn't have a chance.
That's basically through Mohikane that not great fielding from the Warriors, and with such a low total, fielding really has to raise the game. Because they were bowled while there for a few overs, and just a bit of release of a bit of pressure that was bowled. The Dolphins back in full control, requiring 53 or 47 with 7 wickets in hand, and the man Smuts looking to take his side out.
Oh, the man at short cover, extra cover, that missed that, has now been put to long on. Being disciplined for that miss. John Smuts ambles through for another single. Just one boundary, immediately that required rate drops substantially. 6.8 required. When in doubt, dab. 2/3 man, single, rotate the strike. Couldn't ask for more. There's lots of shouting and encouragement coming from the Warriors, but It just looks all too easy for the Dolphins.
Fielding change. Man on the deep square leg boundary comes into the circle. And short fine leg drops down to short to the conventional fine leg position.
So obviously Matoa looking to go full. Back of the length. Easy for John Smith. .26 he goes to. Smith on 10. Shadow across the pitch. A little bit awkward. Well, it wasn't awkward enough for Smith to battle, making contact. Almost looks as though the Warriors are going through the motions.
Now they need a spark, Craig. They need something special to happen here.
It's the wrong sort of thinking to think, oh, we're in the semi-final, so what? But it's going to be a case of the last 6 matches, they would have lost 5 of them, 1-1. After that magnificent start to the season where they were unbeaten after 8 matches. So the end of 13 overs, 82 for 3. And that required rate, nothing to panic about for the Dolphins, just 7 runs and over needed. 42 balls left and 49 required for victory. Some faithful in the crowd still watching eagerly, and I think more hopeful than most. King to continue to Smith. Can only fetch that. That is the safest place to hit at St. George's Park. Hit straight, mid on, mid off. You're not going to get into any trouble, and that was sweetly timed.
Used his feet nicely. Got to the pitch of the ball and it's a full swing from Smith. And manages to get its legs over. Mokakane, the short man, can't get up there. And that's 6 more.
Look. Uses his feet again, does Smith. But doesn't quite get to the pitch of it. Good delivery from King. Bresky just effecting some changes. Brings in extra cover on the offside. So it's a 5-4 offside field. 3 men out on the bound, or 2 men out on the boundary on the offside. And it doesn't help if you bowl short on the leg side. And that's great fielding. Saving the boundary. Won't save the 2, though. 90 for 3 now, the Dolphins. Smith to 19. Smuts of the non-strikers in, 26 not out. Partnership with 34. Doesn't quite time it. Out on the leg side again, long side of the boundary here at St. George's Park. Single a cruise and just 40 runs now required for victory. And Dolphins doing it at a canter. All too easy Robin, all too easy, yeah?
Full control, batting side dominating from the outset. Since the power play, they hit lots of boundaries. Their one mission is to get this total.
Another one airborne. And all the way for 6. Now, this is breaking the back of any chance the Warriors might have thought they had. Jason Smith on this occasion.
It's a full swing. To any youngster watching, it's a full swing of the bat. Also didn't overheat it. He just hit the ball through the line and then manages to get 6 more.
The safest place to hit at St. George's Park is straight. The boundaries are relatively short, and the chances of a fielder being that straight, minimal. Because you're trying at mid-off and mid-on, you're trying to cover too much ground. So 98 for 3. Semetu back into the attack. 2 overs, he's conceded 18 runs. And you wonder. Rabbit's got to come out of the hat quite quickly now. Otherwise, book the flights for Durban, all the Warriors.
It's so important that one of these two also now for the Dolphins, they bat right through. You don't want to be in a situation, yes, they only need 33, but you don't want to be in a situation where you have 2 new batters at the crease. And Smuts or Smith, one of them definitely has to take them out.
Well, I think that's the attitude. If you think, oh, there's so many people left in the dugout that can still bat, they can do it. That's the wrong attitude. While you're there, you're in control, you take your side home.
And Smuts looks like he's doing just that. It's been almost a risk-free innings from John Smuts. He knew exactly what was required in the situation.
And the Warriors know his style of play. They know his preferences. And it's almost as though they just fed him. 99 for 3. No need to dash for the second. One's enough. 34 balls remain. 31 required. 100 runs comes up on the board for the Dolphins. Off 88 balls. 5 4s, 5 6s. Been easy going.
S squared doing the job for the Dolphins here, Smuts and Smith.
Not even bothering to take the quick run. So positive was Smuts with that almost defensive push out on the offside. Went very quickly to Brzezinski. No run. Thinking of a second, just as well they don't. Good fielding. Three runs off the over so far. Under no pressure, the Dolphins. You see that delivery. Smith had all the time in the world, went right back on his stumps, waited to see what the ball was going to do, and just effortlessly pushed it out on that leg side.
Surely they can bring one more in the circle now.
They have to do something. They can't just go through the motions. So the end of 15 overs. Dolphins requiring 131 for victory. 103 for 3. Cantering along with Smuts on 30 not out. Smith on 28 not out. A partnership so far of 47. Just 28 runs required for victory. And that required rate below 6 and over. Easy.
Too easy. With that being said, the Lions have completed their business against the Tuskers, and that will put them, cement their place in first place of the log, where they'll host a semi-final and possibly a final. Russell Domingo and his boys are looking to go back-to-back silverware this season. And the Titans is on the verge of victory against Western Province. So at this stage, as it stands, as it probably will be, it will be the Lions versus the Titans in Joburg. And then over here, we'll have a repeat. But it will be in Durban, Dolphins versus the Warriors. Van Heerden into the attack from the Park Drive end.
Oh,
A
no.
big shout. Mr. Harris says not out. He signals wide instead, and that's +1 to the total.
Now, just looking at the body language of the Warriors players, I think there could have been an edge. Oh, now, was that pad or was that bat? Everybody seems to think that the edge of Smuts' bat was found.
March go, he hammers that, but the shy from Okakana and he misses.
Oh, it's all happening all of a sudden.
Suddenly there's life, and there's no surprise when Van Heerden has the ball. That he's just one of those bowlers who just gives it his all. He runs in hard. Surprised I haven't brought him on earlier. Just has that spark in him. Just get those bowlers, Craig. Just have something about them.
The golden arm makes something happen.
And see how quickly he's running in here. And that hammers Smuts against the head. And Stephen Harris has not hesitated to call the physio on there for the inspection there.
Yeah, it will be a concussion assessment. It's a prerequisite, any contact with a batsman's helmet. First of all, make sure you can count to 10 backwards. Ask him what ground he's playing at.
It's one thing John will know, don't you think, Greg? Even if I wake him up 2 o'clock in the morning tomorrow, he'll say St. George's Park.
And the other is to inspect the helmet.
Sure.
Because if that helmet has suffered any damage, it's got to be replaced immediately.
Just as you can see, since Van Heerden has come on here, he's really ran in hard. And it's something that's probably been missing earlier on in this innings. All of a sudden, there's a bounce. I think that's probably the first bouncer we've seen from the Warriors innings, where we saw quite a few from the Dolphins.
Well, I know why Stephen Harris called the physio on straight away. Because he said to John Smith, "So you're right?" And John answered, "Yes, Mom." But he's all right.
Both Port Elizabeth backgrounds, Mr. Harris and Mr. Smuts.
Yeah.
Van Heerden steaming in, but that's hit over cover from Smith. Beautiful flow of the hands, and that's 4 more.
Yeah, 22 required now. And if this was a bilingual commentary, it would be de Koolers deur die kerk. Our 50-run partnership comes up with that boundary in very good time. 53 or 48 balls, 2 4s, 2 6s, and possibly the ball in hitting that concrete surround beyond the boundary has been damaged and a replacement ball being called for.
Stefan de Merwe has been quite busy. That ball case there. It's another new one.
You said Stephen Harris was from Port Elizabeth. Maybe he's picking a brand new kookaburra. Try and give the Warriors a chance. No, it doesn't happen.
Titans completed their job in Cape Town. They've booked 4th position.
Yeah, so the semi-finalists all booked. And they're going to come back for the second. Once again, clever batting. Just creating pace on the ball into a gap that allows you to come back for the second. That ball has crept only just outside the 30-meter circle, and they've comfortably made 2. Nelson on the board. Funny things tend to happen with 1-1-1 on the board. Remember the late David Shepherd Square leg always used to lift his one leg off the ground. Well bowled. Oh, that's cheeky.
Oh,
Just also all too sloppy from the Warriors. And here having a kick at the ball there, trying to hit the stumps, misses it. Unfortunately, his teammates not on the same wavelength over there, and they sneak for one.
Yeah, more importantly, it takes the score off Nelson, off the 1-1-1 onto 1-1-2. Now the players in the dugout and in the change room can put their feet back on the ground. Oh, there's nobody more superstitious than cricketers.
It's a classy performance from the Dolphins. It's been a classy run in there in this round robin campaign from the Dolphins.
Yeah, their run chase has been measured. Their bowling was classy, but it was mainly de Pavilion with those 5 wickets that saw the dismissal of main batsmen in that Warriors order. And I think that's when it collapsed. There's just been no pressure on the Dolphins. Very happy camp. 18 more required.
So I wonder how the Warriors, I mean, going on that streak at the start of the tournament and then falling away, ending in 3rd position now. Just have to feel that, I mean, Warriors, they haven't won a trophy in years. They don't feel like it's getting further away, further away.
Yeah, well, it's a case of the wheel nuts didn't fall off, the whole wheel fell off.
Well, they got to prepare quite quickly. They got a semi-final to get ready for.
As long as they peak in that semi-final, all will be forgotten.
Spot on. It's all about peaking at the right time in competitions. About timing your chase. There's one thing those guys from Joburg do quite well, Craig. They're now to win trophies, and they all of a sudden they're top of the log.
Yep. Oh, there's a good shout. Good line. Smuts sent back.
Sametu not happy.
North Kashila.
Let's have a look at that again.
Yo. Now, this ball, does it turn too much? Goes straight on with the arm, hits low down on the front leg. Now, surely, that is missing off stump. It's missing leg stump, knocking middle stump right out the ground.
That should be gone.
Oh, fortunate
Definitely.
for John Smuts.
Also can say, didn't change the result much, Craig.
No, sure. But,
Just want to know what's missing. That's a question you're asking yourself.
underneath.
Smart go speak again. He's eyeing Sametu up here. He's licking his lips.
You know, it's almost a case of Smuts knew he got away with one there with that LBW appeal.
That's a better you know.
And he now thinks, well, it's my day. I got away with it. Let me have a go. My day can do anything.
Smart goes, go corner. He's hammered it. That's a flat 6. I hope the crowd caught that. Because that's got some boom on that from John Smuts.
Oh, he hit this hard. This came right out of the meat of that big bat. The sound it makes, absolutely pure. Didn't go high off the ground and traveled into those seating areas at a rate of knots.
And he goes again. This time it's straight. This time it's coming with snowback on it. That's 6 more JJ Smuts.
Yeah, he means business. Just 6 runs now required for victory. He's made a mess of Sameto's figures. Just look at the timing with this shot. Absolutely pure. Over mid-off. Stays with the line of the ball, doesn't pull across, and the easiest of bunts for 6. That's good hitting. Been a brilliant partnership between Smith and Smuts. 69 they've added, and now within a sniff of victory. One big blow will do it. 3 overs remaining. Under no pressure, 125 for 3. And, you know, if you had to contextualize this whole game, you could sum it up in one sentence. The Warriors haven't done enough.
Spot on, Craig. Spot on. We've gone
Lights are on. They're going to have to switch them off now.
It's on. Got to put it off. Got to book your flight to Durban. And hopefully to Joburg after that.
I don't think on this performance that is likely. They're going to have to lift their game hugely if they're going to look at contesting a final in this Cricket South Africa T20 challenge.
On the positive, they can look back at the start of the season and look what they've done well. And they can also now look what they've done not so well. And they can just rectify it and discuss about it and work around
Well,
it.
if they learn from it, that's, you know, any bad situation, one's got to take the positives out of it, learn from it, and try not repeat it.
One here then, the bouncer. That's one for the over. Just have to commend Smith as well here in this partnership. He's really commended Smith well here.
Yeah, he's complimented John Smith perfectly. Partnership of 69. But you can see it's a batsman's game. You're only allowed to bowl two short balls at a batsman. In the old days, if you didn't like a batsman, you could bowl him 6 in a row.
And he never had a helmet on. So you could hit him 6 times possibly.
They did have helmets, but not the grill and all the protective stuff they've got today. They walk out to bed looking like the Michelin man.
One here then. And Smith goes over long off. Go book my flight at the airport. And that's the end of that.
Well, I think that's emphatic, the way this game has ended. A convincing 7-wicket victory for the Dolphins, beating the Warriors on their home ground, which was once regarded as a fortress. And they just made it look so easy with 16 balls to spare.
He's hit that down to Park Drive, Craig. He's absolutely hammered it. Look at that. It's still going.
That's going down the road to that brewery at the bottom of the road down there.
It's on its way to Durban. It's catching a flight. Let's
Yeah.
semi-final number 2 will be the Dolphins and the Warriors in Durban.
Yeah, and that was sent airmail for sure. And a disappointing effort from the Warriors on their home ground in front of the faithful few and the band that have been here. And you just get the feeling that the Warriors have capitulated too easy. I don't think there's another word. Capitulation is correct. The batting, the bowling, the fielding, the urgentness. Is there such a word? Urgentness? But there was something lacking. And one gets the feeling that looking at their record in the last 6 games, 1-1, lost 5, that something's missing. There's the Dolphins batting lineup. Rollston looked very good for his 22, but then the evergreen, John Smuts, he's like a red wine, just gets better with age. And he was left not out on 43. Marcus Ackerman, little runner ball gem, and then Jason Smith played the supporting role to John Smuts, hits the ball just as hard, just as far, and the two of them took Dolphins home to a very easy 7-wicket victory. Well, from St. George's Park, Dolphins versus the Warriors. The Dolphins have got a home semi-final in lieu of the fact that they end up second to the Lions. Dolphins third, and it'll be the Titans in 4th place. There's the swinging Warriors. Dolphins, brilliant in their execution. And these two sides will be at it again midweek in the semi-final of the Cricket South Africa T20 Challenge. And from the producer, the director, us, the commentators, and everybody involved from Dafabet St. George's Park, we wish you a good afternoon.